Weasel,
It
thank you
has
for
been.
subscribing.
Congratulations.
Hello. Hi. Welcome back to Gilded Blades. Um, things are happening. Who wants to give me a recap for better stuff? You don't have to, but it would be helpful to you, not to me. You know. Okay.
I can try.
That's that's better than none at all. Go for it.
So last session, the first session of season two, we sort of did a recap of kind of what everyone's been up to over the last couple of months. It's been 3 months since the invasion of Dryglen. Rook apparently is trying to find some sort of book, and he believes that his sources believe that the book is in the Horde or is on its way to the Horde currently. Cass has been trying to communicate home to Kuthia, and has been studying a lot of like the militaries and armies of the Oshodi Empire, and also has been tangoing with Willow, which none of us saw coming. We have a new member of the party, a cleric named Daisy May, who is very precious, who none of us trust. And who is just like this little bean. She's just a tiny little bean. She's like a child, but not so much of a child that Cass is gonna say no to a possible romance. Theoden had a sex scene compilation of him trying to impregnate his wife Kana, which apparently was successful because she revealed to him that she is indeed pregnant. We were discussing what to do, what our next moves were going to be. And I don't think that we really had a clear path that we were going to take. I was going to send out some spies to where was it? Greenhill, which is the home of the Nalith, who have sided with the crown, who we are actively opposing right now. And then Cass, I think it was Cass, right? A curator of some sort came and interrupted, I think, Cass and Willow's time together. Was that right? Was it Cass? And she was very frantic, and she had a bunch of shit that she needed, like information that she needed to give us. And Cass was like, "Do I put you in the dungeon? I don't know." And that's where we left off.
Yeah, all that tracks. You guys were dealing with Cass was trying to figure out whether to put him in the dungeon or not. Um, Cass, you were in a castle full of guards loyal to one person. Um, and it's not the prince that you're after or that you're following. So the prisoner was eventually taken from you. All their things were given back to you as you are part of the council, and they were taken down into the dungeons, and you guys are now um you guys are now down at the or I guess up into the dining room, where you guys have taken a lot of your meals. Generally this can be a like big uh like big dining room with a bunch of people, but right now it's just you guys, your respective spouses, and um you know, the members of your party. The king or the prince has yet to leave his rooms still. He can be seen every once in a while kind of collecting food that's left at his door, but other than that, nothing. um you guys are always presented with this feast regardless of how many people are here. You guys sit at this table. There is a Willow kind of off to the side eating off of a cart, whatever she can just pick off. And all her jewelry and her chains are all on the table as well. So what do you guys want to do? You guys have these papers. Let me know what you want.
I'm looking through, like, kind of leafing through the papers, seeing if there's anything that would catch my eye. Maybe in terms of either like troop movements or things having to do specifically with the religion of knowledge and the reasoning for the purging.
Okay. You're just flicking through, right? You're not really like.
Yeah, I'm kind of I want to see if I can like determine like importance and like kind of like file things in like a certain way so that other people who might be more adept in other areas may look through the papers that actually apply to them.
Okay. Sure, you can do that. I would say like give me a percentage roll just to see how much of this you actually can, how much information you can actually glean or like look through.
27.
And then give me an intelligence check.
Just straight up intelligence.
Yeah, just straight intelligence.
22.
22. Dang. Yeah, with a 22, you kind of flick through some of these pages. You do realize that they all have the same format, which is like the top has like a letter from or notes from the curator, from like the whoever was curator at the time, overseeing this project. It has a date and it has like a sign off. You'll see that a lot of these papers, they don't really have they don't have a heading to tell you what they're about. But they all like through the like some that you've looked through, they mostly have the date 1052. 1052, 1054, but it's mostly 1052.
Remind me again what the current date is.
1092. It took me a second.
So this is like stuff that's over 40 years old?
Yeah. The bits that you did look through.
Okay.
Because that's what that percentage roll was, and you did get a 27, so you didn't get through a lot of it. Is anyone else looking through them?
I would probably look through them as well.
Okay. So give me a percentage roll.
Sure. Are you kidding me?
7 as well.
Oh my god.
Okay. So what are you trying to find here? Are you trying to do the same thing? Or are you trying to like look for something specific?
I'm trying to look for the tea, I guess. There's been several threads of potential secrets around the current High Curator. I think that's what we're calling him. If not, I just made it up. But several little threads of like secrets or potential bombshells. So I'm looking for anything like that.
So anything interesting, kind of like gossip.
Yes, exactly.
Do you have anything that you think you would be okay with rolling for this? 'Cause I have an idea. But I'm letting you give me.
I'm trained in history, so if I were to argue, I could say that my knowledge of history might help me piece together things that seem odd or out of place.
Okay. I'll give it to you. You can do history.
Bad.
20. That's pretty good. But you've gotten through like 27% of it. You kind of, I'll say that Euphemia kind of looked through some of it, put it to the side, and then you just kind of picked up that same stack and looked through it. Yeah, you look through it and there's not much here. You know, just like anyone else, just like Euphemia saw, the dates on here are a lot of 1052, and then it starts to go up. So there is an order to this paperwork. As much as it does look like thrown in here, it does seem like they just kind of grabbed a chunk and threw it in. So there is an order. With a 20 history check. I will say, with a 20, you do get that, you do remember that the king, the old king, the one who passed away, he was made king in 1045. So a couple years, maybe 7 years before this is dated. So the curator that looked at this would probably be the same curator as the one that's in power now.
That's some longevity.
That's a lot. You would also know that around this time, there was like a big roar and like a big thing about Euphemia's family, the Kells, coming into power. The Kells came into power at the same time that the king came into came into his own, or he was coronated. With a 20 in history specifically, you would remember that like at first the king made him like an advisor and nobody really cared. It was only when he was invested as a lord or a great lord that people started to get upset, and and it wasn't that long, but in like 7 years people were still pretty pissed off about it. I'll say that that's what you can get from the 27% of stuff that you saw. Is there anything in particular you want to look for before I move on?
I think you could move on for now.
Okay. All right. So what is who is next on that? Theoden, Femia, Cass. You can see them passing this like paper back and forth.
I really just like the notion of me and Theoden just like passing the same paper back and forth.
You guys are just looking at the same thing.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt to roll and see what he can find out.
Yeah. I'm never gonna say no to you rolling unless.
And you said the curator's in a dungeon now? Is that where they are?
Yeah. So the curator that you got, that kind of came up to you, they are in the dungeon, just because they are a curator, and it's a little iffy on whether they are good or bad right now. So better safe than sorry.
And we're just eating here with each other, right?
Yes. Nobody else is in here.
And the papers were from, where did we get the papers?
From the curator. That is
From
what they
the
were
curator.
carrying
Okay.
when you discovered them.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. Just straight intelligence?
Depends on what you're looking for. Like, what is...
I mean, I could do religion to like look into the like religious side of stuff as far as like what he knows about like the purge and everything.
Okay. Then roll me percentage dice first to see how much you get through this. And if it's 27, I will eat my shoe. Because that's not...
How do we do percent? Oh, here we go. It's just that one on the far right, right?
Yeah. It's just got the double O's. There's double zeros. Yeah. 58, that's pretty good. So you're looking at the religious side of stuff. If you're looking at the religious side of stuff, then you can roll me religion. Seven. You look through it, and it all, as far as like religion, it doesn't feel like a doctrine of any kind right now. It doesn't feel like, you know, like a book that you would read, like a Bible sort of thing. It just feels like a history book that you kind of flip through and you're like, oh, this happened in this era. This is all the information from that era. That's what it seems like to you. From a religious standpoint, all you would really see is that curators both start and end with the signing of whoever is, you know, overlooking this. And for the most part, it's been any number of people, but other than that, you don't really see anything.
Okay, good with me.
Okay. Because that's a 7, and it's not great. Let's go down the line. Rook, you're all the way at the other end of the table. You're just
Eating.
you and Daisy.
Oh, is she just standing there awkwardly?
No, she's standing?
I like
Oh God.
look up at her like while eating a rib, be like, go sit over there. Like pointing to a chair. Not telling her, but like pointing to a chair that's empty.
Oh, am I supposed to sit at the big table? I thought I was supposed to go to like the table for the kids still.
No, just sit down.
Oh, okay. So, you know, Daisy walks over, sits all awkwardly. Why are there so many forks?
For different parts. Just
What parts?
different like plates, settings, things they bring out. Courses, that's what they call them, courses.
But isn't the food already all here? There's more food?
No, that's why there's so many, but I don't know. We kind of came in the middle of this, so just go with it. Pick your favorite and eat. Don't ask me so many questions.
Daisy may just eat. Daisy May in front of you, they're like profiteroles. There's like a big turkey that you can just like grab something off of. There's like bread, there's like chicken, ribs. There's like a fully made plate of food that you can just grab if you
I mean,
want.
Daisy's gonna eat. She likes eating. She's not afraid of eating, but yeah. This is weird. Too many plates, too many forks. There's so many glasses and so much food that's not even being touched. She's like, this is awful. Where are all the people? Where's the family? And why are we staying all the way away from everybody? She's just thinking these things. She's not saying them, but taking it all in. Royals.
That's how they are. Okay. Yeah. Tanya is not here, so she can't do anything. Is there anything you guys want to look at, or do you want to look at these papers again?
Yeah.
So the smarter
go ahead.
people are doing that, so I'm just gonna sit back here and wait until they're done.
All right.
You said that there was jewelry, right?
Yes.
Can I cast Detect Magic to see if any of it's magical?
Yes, you can. You cast Detect Magic. That's not. It just tells you.
Yeah, it kind of points out if anything's magical, and I think what kind of magic it is. Yeah, if there's any sort of school of magic.
Okay. Get over there. I opened you because I needed you, you dingus. Yeah. You kind of look through all this stuff. Some of it is just ornamental. Like her chain that curators wear around their belts. They usually have multiple other smaller chains with quills, a little thing of ink, a ruler, and maybe a couple more objects, usually a charcoal and a little thing to draw. So you have her chain with her little utensils, kind of. It does also have a fork, but that's beside the point. And then you kind of look over everything and you see a couple of, they're lightly magical. You can see that one of them is just a rope that gives off this pretty color. Another one is just a potion that is bright blue. Beyond that, everything else is just food, rations. She does have a mirror that that's not magical at all. It's just a pretty ornate mirror.
Okay. I'm gonna set the rope and the potion off to the side. And then I think I'm gonna team up with Theoden to see if we can go through the papers once more.
Okay. You guys can do that. Yes.
Are you raising your hand in character?
Yes.
Okay. Not me then. Go for it.
Didn't someone bring all those pieces of paper?
The curator.
Why not question them as to what it is?
I mean, I figured we would go through them first to see if we could discern anything.
It looks like a lot of stuff. Didn't they come to bring us information?
As far as we know, yes, but I'm gonna slide a look to Rajat. We cannot be too careful. As far as we know, all curators are traitors to our cause.
Did we get word that they were infighting?
Yes. And there have been a lot of deaths between the curators, but it makes me suspicious of how this one might have gotten away. So until we can vet her, she will remain in the dungeon.
Okay.
So I'm just curious, do these papers make up the book that we were looking for in our last episode? even though I, as a character, don't know what an episode is.
You mean the book that we were gonna start searching people for?
Yes, that one.
It could, but it's a book of secrets, and nothing
don't know
you're
what's
reading.
in it.
Right. I don't know if you're reading any secrets. Everything seems like knowledge.
And my other question, Euphemia, did your father tell you anything regarding the old king's last days or years or anything about his reign specifically?
DM would. When did the old king die?
Hold on. Let me pull up my note because I do
12
know.
years ago.
this.
So
I think it's 12 years ago.
well, the king was invested 7 years ago because he's 15 now and he was 8 when he was invested. So was there a period between?
Yeah, there was like a regency.
Okay.
So, Euphemia would not have even really been in contact with her father to know anything about like the king's last days.
Nope.
Euphemia is going to look across at Theoden. I was not speaking with my family during the time when the old king died, so I'm afraid I don't have much information regarding his last days.
I'm just rather suspicious. A lot of these papers definitely reflect a certain frustration at your father's closeness with the old king, if I'm reading them correctly. So it's just odd. It's also bringing back
Well-
some... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Of course, there was frustration. My father wasn't a noble. He was a soldier who just so happened to be close with the king upon his rise to power. And he was granted nobility that way. We did not come from nobility like your family, and I look at Rook, or even your family. It was another family to fight for power with. No one would have been happy with that.
I am curious, Jay, if it's noted in the papers which families were the most upset. Obviously, I think it was either the Raylon or the Farm. What now?
It was the Raylon. The Raylon,
Okay.
we took the Kel acquired land from the Raylon.
Okay. How do the other families feel about that? Was everyone pissed off, or was it just the Raylon mostly?
Did you get a 20? Yeah. So in order to make it even and for both parties, the Farmal and the Raylon, to not fight any longer, land was taken from both parties in order to create what was the Kel lands. So what was the Gauntlet was made up of land that was divided, that was taken from Hornsilver and from the Dredge. So both those lands had to be like basically cut in half in order to create this new kind of no man's land, like no fighting for anyone, this neutral land, which was given to the Kel. Families that were the most upset about this, the Farmal kind of accepted it. They weren't happy about it because they didn't start the war. In fact, they kind of, their sister was kidnapped in order to be married to. a Raylon. But if that was what it took, then that's what it took. As far as like in history books, the Raylon were pretty pissed, and families who like boasted like ancient titles were pretty upset. The biggest being, surprisingly enough, the Deverett. Just because it was something new, and
The
at the time,
Vesemires didn't like it either, though, right?
yeah, and the Devesemirs were very unhappy. So it was the Fordain. I mean, sorry, it was the Deverett, the Vesemirs, and the Raylon. But mostly the Raylon, because they were the ones that were affected by this war. Which, you start a war, you know.
And then the king, he died after years of madness, correct?
Yes. So from what books say is that at the end of his life he was kind of not all there. It was said that he could see the future, so that might have turned him mad. But kind of toward the end of his reign, the Kel, what's it? Oh my God, Orman. Orman of Kel kind of took over talking to the king for most people, because if you talk to the king, you were probably gonna get like attacked or something. So they sent his friend in there to deal with it.
Any description of the king's symptoms at all?
No. It says he died of an unknown natural cause.
But I mean the madness in the years before.
It was unrelated, apparently. And it was signed off by the sexton of the temple, which means that the highest person in the temple went to go see him before he passed. Or after he passed, and deemed it natural cause.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So, anything else? By the way, the king died about 8 years ago.
So the book that Rook is looking for is about the drown, right?
It's said to contain stuff about the drown, yeah.
Which was the fight between the Farmall and the Raylon.
Yes.
Is there any mention? Well, no, this would have taken place after like the papers were dated. Oh, same
But-
time.
What are you looking for?
I want to see if the papers mention anything about the drown.
So these are dated for. Hold on, I'm smart. I can do it. These are dated 52. So I guess technically there would be like yeah, there would be information as far as like what was happening at the time. Give me an investigation check. Or do you just want to look through this? You want to look through the same paperwork, right? The same stuff.
Is there any papers that I haven't really like looked through?
Yes. So I said that like that percentage roll that you guys rolled is about
Mhm.
how much of the stuff you went through.
Yeah, I'm gonna try going
like-
through the rest of them.
Okay. You're invisible to me.
I know I'm eating, so I didn't want to subject everyone to watching me shove food in my face.
Gotcha.
So just an investigation.
Give me another percentage roll.
86.
That's pretty good. And then an investigation. Because you're looking for something now. An 11.
Ugh.
Not great. I'm trying to help you here. Okay. Actually, you did get an inspiration from doing the recap. So you can use that.
I'll reroll.
Got to send your stuff. Okay.
Same fucking roll.
Buddy, I don't think you're getting it.
I'm doing my best here.
Okay. With an 11, information on the drown is that when they were looking at this, there's a fucking cat at the door. When they were looking at this, or when they were writing these things, they were still looking for the Raylon sister. So she got kidnapped, and they were still looking for Anthon, even this many.
Not Raylon, for Maul, right?
Normal, yes.
Okay, right.
But technically she became a Raylon. It's a whole thing. So they were still looking for the Farmall sister. They just couldn't find anything, and so most of this paperwork contains like still no information. Bad chicken. So there's like it's just all still no information or unknown.
Gotcha.
Does it talk about who they questioned or where this information like dead ended? Because I'm suddenly interested.
Hold on. Maybe. If you are suddenly interested, you're gonna have to roll because with an 11, that's all she really gets.
What do I have to roll?
So are you guys passing this like these papers back and forth?
Yeah, I would be passing them down once I've like gone through them.
Okay.
I'll go sit across from Thalion.
From Theoden. Okay.
I mean, that's what I meant. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Thalion's a player in my game and just came out.
It's okay. It happened. How did you get in here? The door is closed. Okay. Well, whatever. There's a cat in here that shouldn't be in here. The door was closed. I don't know. Yeah, just remember, keep this seat next to Theoden open. Nobody sits there. There's a person sitting there, but you can't see her. It's supposed to be Kana, but I did not get it. Okay. So you're passing this like information back to Rook?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm not gonna make you roll a percentage check. Just because you are very specifically looking at things now. Or just taking things from Euphemia. And give me an investigation. Or history, I guess. You could do that too.
Roll better than I did.
I'll try.
Do good, do gooder.
Can I just take a nat 20?
You can.
Hold on.
If you have that, someone should have that.
So I still have a hero point where you get a natural 20 whenever you want.
Okay. Fair enough. All right.
I'll burn that.
Burn it. So you're using a nat 20.
Yes.
All right. For nat 20, specifically, you're looking for people that have information, or the people that they like listed off, correct?
Basically anything that had to do with Mama. Yeah.
Okay. Anything that had to do with your mother.
And your investigation.
Okay. Yeah. So you look through the investigation. They kind of, the Kel took it upon themselves, or Ormond Kel took it upon himself to scour the entirety of the gauntlet in order to try to find either her body, any information about her, or anything like that. A piece of clothing, anything, and he found nothing at all on his land. So his best assumption was that she was either on either end of his lands that he couldn't go into. This is kind of what the king tasked him with for the first couple years of his like lordshipness. That being, give me 1 second because this cat's freaking the frick. My apologies. She was starting to howl, and that is not great. Yeah, so they very quickly ruled out that the Kells did not have the body. So the gauntlet didn't have the body. He took a small group of men and began to like scour both the dredge and Hornsilver, finding only residual like parts of her. He found her. Hold on. He found her ring with the Farmal sigil on sale in a bazaar. He found dresses with the Farmal sigils kind of embellished on the neck and the arms around her size, being worn by a brothel worker. And all of these things they found on the in Hornsilver. The biggest piece in the notes, without saying it, but with a nat 20, I'll say that you can kind of deduce that Ormond quickly kind of figured out that like Tencod, which is the man that they kidnapped Anthin for, probably killed her. If not by his own hand, then probably by one of his many helpers. They don't know how, like, yeah, they just kind of disappeared, and they think that maybe his thought is that Tencod is still somewhere. But in this document, as far as it goes, it's just like, my best guess is that he probably like sold her things off and to live off of, and kind of went on to live his life. It's a couple of years after, so that's about as much as it has right about that specific instance within that year. So that is his theory for the year. Is there anything else you want to look for?
I've got a thread to pull.
Okay.
Curious, what is the newest? I would like to look through to find like the latest dates on things. Just figure out what the most recent notes that we have here might be.
Okay. Give me. You're just looking through. You're not even like reading anything. You're just looking at the notes.
Correct. Just want some dates.
Okay. In that case, let me pull this up so that I know what I'm doing. Okay. So you are looking at it, and I guess should be in that year, but we're gonna pretend it. So the earliest, I'll say that you don't have to roll for it. You're not looking for anything. You're just kind of looking through. The latest date that you can find is a couple of weeks in the future. There are a couple of these documents. You don't know what they are, but you do know that they are dated for they are dated for, I have the date. They are dated for ME1, which is the next month, basically.
And are there records like throughout? So this goes all the way from the 50s, we said, up until now?
Yes.
Okay. I have more, but I want others to have a chance to interject and pull their own threads as well.
Okay. Anyone else have anything that they want to do? Okay. Daisy May. I'm legally obligated to say it that way. Is there anything you want to do? You're kind of watching everyone, flick through these papers, kind of piece things together.
I mean, she's just quietly sitting there watching, putting food in her mouth and just eating, and like, I mean,
Fair enough. She didn't know what's going on.
she doesn't know. She really doesn't. She wishes she did. But she's not, like a 300-year-old elf who knows people from back in the day or anything like that.
Sorry. Okay.
I mean, if they had any religious questions for her, she might be able to maybe answer.
Fair enough. So you're just watching?
Yeah. What's the documents written in though? Is it common or is it like in a different language?
It is all written in common
Okay.
because these are the ones that they send out to families, basically. Except these are the originals, which is something that I'll say Daisy May notices because you were an acolyte.
Mhm.
You'll notice that, you know that they send out like papers to everyone to read off. Daisy May notices that these aren't like perfected. There's no like pretty writing on these. There's no like making sure that the lines are straight. These are a little bit crooked. Some of the letters are kind of scribbled out. And you could Daisy May can tell these are originals, so these aren't like copies.
Oh, okay. I mean, if these were translations, they'd be sloppy translations for being so crooked, but I don't want to, say anything negatively about someone's penmanship, while my penmanship is not great either.
Debatable. Fair enough. So Daisy May is not going to bring anything up. She's just going to hands off.
I mean, so Daisy May will comment, but what you said, you know, that these originals, they're kind of badly written, like they weren't meant to give to everybody, like just for one or two people. Like if you were to make a nice proper circular for your congregation and for anybody who's interested in your faith, you would want them to look a little bit nicer and at least to have the line straight, penmanship a little bit prettier, printing press. But it's odd, that they would write these things out by hand, especially so messily.
Does it look like these things were something that were eventually sent out like as a memo, like in mass, or like it's just like the first draft of that?
I would say this is more of a rough draft, right?
Yeah.
Before they polished it and made it a format for them to copy down from the scribes. I did a lot of transcribing and I got my hand really sore, but I learned how to write real well when I tried, and I gotta slow down. You can't write all messily when you're rushing.
Dear. Euphemia is she's a little frustrated with not being able to discern enough information out of the letters. So she's just going to do what she does best and cast magic. She's going to identify the two magical items, the rope and the potion. She's going to ritually cast identify 2 times.
The best way to understand what the author, the writer, the transcriber was trying to mean is asking them directly. From what I heard earlier is that you have somebody in the dungeon who could answer these questions.
Euphemia is going to look at Daisy May and then look at Rook.
I'm just going to smile.
I guess it's going to be another day now until we go and question the prisoner.
Why?
Because you two won't stop talking about it. It's in the course of action.
See what you did? What did I do? I was just stating the obvious. I mean, I don't understand why everyone's being all, secretive and it's like, oh, there's hidden meanings and Nostradamus and secret symbols and Da Vinci coding it, but you could just ask the person who wrote it.
I don't want to speak for the great lady Euphemia, but perhaps part of the reason I'm a bit hesitant is because there's no guarantee our prisoner's actually on our side. They could be bringing these to us, but then coloring our perception to look a certain way and sort of...
Can't he do one of those zones that they can't lie to us?
It's not
the first time we question somebody who's hostile.
You don't
mean-
have to lie to mislead someone.
Yeah, but it's a lot harder if you can't. I mean, I didn't see the prisoner. I don't know what they are, but do they look like they're that cunning, that sly, that like put together?
Euphemia's going to like slump back in her seat and kind of look like exasperated. You don't think that this was part of the process? We go through their belongings and then we go and question them. Of course, we're going to go question them. You need to give us time, Rook.
I didn't. That was her. Great. I'm gonna eat a date.
Euphemia, you cast identify. One of them is a rope of climbing, and the other one is a potion of clairvoyance.
Interesting. I'm gonna chuck the rope of climbing at our rogue.
Huck it at him.
I catch it because I'm deft.
And I'm going to tuck the potion of clairvoyance away.
Okay.
Now she's throwing things. Look what you did.
Well, mad. Why are you so mad?
Jay, I would like to say I would have had someone go down there to vet the curator.
Okay.
One of my people.
Okay.
I should have
you
said
can
that
do
at the beginning.
It's okay. Gotcha. In that case, I'm gonna have you. Actually, I can roll for them. I don't know if I don't think you can see this, which kind of
Cannot.
sucks, but that's okay. I'll just write down what they got. Okay. That should do it. This pen is being terrible. Okay. Okay, they could do that. What's everyone else doing? Theoden, Kana is sitting beside you. She's just kind of been quiet this whole time.
I'm gonna say Cass is still fairly quiet. This isn't really his area, and the player has a deadline, so I'm listening. But
Yeah, no, you go for it. I can.
but he really probably wouldn't be doing a whole lot right now, but listening, unless somebody told him to go do something, and he would go do it.
If she's up for it, I might have Kana help with the whole investigation thing.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Yeah, you can. She can help. She can do her best. She'll give you the help action, because she has been doing your paperwork for you.
Also, I might ask the party, did we consider the idea that the king, the old king, King Kwang, I'm saying that correctly? I hope so.
Yeah.
That he suffered the same sort of fate as Edwell, as an option, that he was slowly given poison to be mad so he could be controlled and then later on murdered in some way. Because that's a thought that sort of occurred to me as we were sitting here. Just a possibility.
How
Isn't
old was
that
the king when he died?
regicide? Isn't
Uh,
that like, treason or something to poison the king?
Oh, yes.
Yes, but it would hardly be the first king to be poisoned in our history.
Really?
Get that she's new to this.
Oh, yeah, We depending on who you ask, we're all committing treason as we speak. There's a whole entire queen here with us that technically should not be here, that some of us absconded with. There's a lot of treason going on right now.
Are y'all saying y'all kidnapped a queen?
Nope.
No,
Oh no,
Not
we're
at
she
all.
came willingly.
yes.
Technically, we rescued a queen.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. I mean, that's a good thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but it is a matter of perspective because to other people, it's a bad thing to do. We shouldn't have done that.
Well, what do they say? History is written by the winners. Let's just make sure
Mhm.
we're on the winning side.
Yeah.
Just be
And
winners.
we can write our history
Nice.
however we want.
Okay, so I know people had questions. I just didn't get around to it. Euphemia. I think someone had questions for me. Or was it just to roll for investigation again? For Theoden?
Mine was just for the spy. And then Theoden
Okay.
was going to roll again.
I just need a refresher to my memory.
Okay. Then let's start with Theoden's roll then.
Okay, so this time I'm looking for something different. I'm very interested in the king's madness and death, and I would like to find. The reason I asked for the latest dates was because I wanted to see if it encompassed the latter years of his reign. So I'm looking for specifically any mentions of that, and I guess I would have a year range kind of to look at. We'll say the last decade of his reign. So that would be 74 to 84, I believe.
Okay.
And I don't really suspect my history knowledge would give me any advantage there because it's just searching for important things.
Well, Kana would grant you advantage.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's true.
She's
That's true.
helping.
Okay.
Anna is helping you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what would the role be?
I would say it's either going to be history or it's going to be history, I think. History
Okay.
or investigation. Just cuz that makes sense.
Yeah, better at history, so we'll go there. 16, all right.
16 is pretty decent. With a 16, these are first drafts. So 16. In the beginning of this, like of 74, you see that there are already reports of the king being a little bit like unhinged. Sometimes he'd like walk into a room, look around, like an empty room and start like addressing it until somebody kind of like snapped him out of it, either a servant or, you know, someone else would just kind of ask him who he's talking to. And then he would kind of look around and be pretty normal for the most part. He would still function, he could still like speak and do things like that. Speak, eat, dress himself, he could still do everything. He would still go on rides. It was about 5 years, so about 80, when he started to like completely just he was just completely gone. For most of his reign, he was kind of known as a prophet because he could see things to come, whether it was like economic prosperity or crop failure, anything like that. He was able to kind of discern when these things were going to happen, and for that they called him a prophetic king. It was only until about 10. It was the 1080 when he actually started to become completely unhinged, where he would like forget to wear clothes, and he would just begin writing on the walls with whatever he could find. Um, in these documents, it kind of talks about him almost as if he was a greater thing. Like he's seeing things that we don't see, kind of not creating like a panic around who he is or what is happening to him, but more like pretending that he's okay. Um, it was around 81, the beginning of the 1081, where he started to disappear. He would be gone for hours at a time. So he would be fully dressed in the day. Um, they would dress him and he would go away for hours at a time, and he would come back with completely different clothes on, almost as if he had made like a makeshift robe out of potato sacks and hay. He didn't wear any shoes. He would have these like very linear cuts into the bottoms of his feet, kind of evenly spaced, and you could note that he was becoming worse. Um, he stopped speaking, and he would speak in tongues to people. The only one who could get him to speak in anything was Orman of Kel, and he got him to speak in Sylvan, which was a language that the king previously did not know. And then slowly, the king stopped speaking Sylvan and only spoke in Infernal, kind of a guttural language, a language that's not common in this area of the world. You do know that tieflings speak it, but it's not a very common language. And then in 84, he passed away. And that is all that it says about that. Is that his lungs gave out, and he just passed away in his sleep. And that's all you get. With a 16, that's a lot, I like to think. Anyone else? I know Havoc had something, so let me know.
Oh, no, I do. But it's just a question. 10 COD.
Yes.
What's his
Yes.
relation to me again? I just want a reminder.
10 God would technically be your father. Okay. You just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I just want to make
I was-
sure that I'm like not suddenly thinking about killing my father.
Okay,
I
okay,
am.
cool. Just wanted to clarify. Gotcha. It's fine. Yeah, no, that's your dad. R.I.P. that guy, I guess. Well, he's already dead, technically. As far as you know.
Oh, he did die?
In papers, it just says he disappeared. He would be real old by now.
That's not cool.
You don't
I
know.
need to talk to him.
What don't you want me to do?
I don't know. Cleric, you. Daisy May. Can you speak with dead yet?
I'm sorry, what?
Can you speak with dead yet?
Well, I don't really practice in necromantic arts.
I don't want you to be a necromancer. I want you to speak with a dead person.
Well, yeah, that's usually bringing back somebody from the dead, and usually that dead person, you need to have them here. Like, you just kind of sort of...
Can you do it or not?
No, I can't.
Damn you. I'm gonna need a better cleric.
Rude. Euphemia, is there anything you want to do?
I'm just gonna wait for my employee to let me know what they might have found out or whatever about the curator we have in custody.
Okay. Yeah. I would say that like your employee at this time would probably have come back and told you that as far as they can tell, the rest of the group, you guys see a like young girl with like a little bob and a little veil around her, like wrapped around her head. She's maybe 10, being escorted by, I believe Raven was her name.
Yeah.
And Raven, as you guys know, is this teen girl who has like blood marks all over her. She kind of like draws, it looks like she draws them on, possibly. They're painted on. She's got hands, blackened tips of her fingers that look a little necrotic. Kind of like her fingers are dying. And before she was wearing different things, but ever since she kind of came into Euphemia's service, she likes to wrap herself in countless like cloths. All of them are like splattered with paint, like black and white paint. Some of it is like blood red. And so she just comes strolling in all her gothicness, followed by this about 10-year-old girl. And the little girl kind of comes up to you, Euphemia, and she does a little curtsy as she waits for you to acknowledge her.
I would sort of peer over at her and then like lean in for her to speak to me.
Yeah. She like gets closer and she begins to speak. Oh, well, I found that they seem trustworthy, but unbeknownst to most people, I think they are they are honest. I think many people thought they were not honest, but they are honest, and they don't have a finger anymore. No finger, none for them. They away, yeah, they no finger. So I think they're honest. As far as I know, could be worse. And no more magic on them. No, empty. Runes. Emptied them.
Euphemia is going to lean back in her seat and nod. Thank you for the information. And then she's going to sort of just wave her away.
Yeah. Little girl curtsies. And the little girl kind of scurries away. You guys do see she is shoeless. She kind of, the bottom of her dress is like covered in mud and grime. And she begins to like exit the room.
Just for my own personal curiosity, when your friend said no finger, the person arrived with no finger or lost the finger while interacting with your young friend?
I imagine that they acquired the finger from the curator during the questioning process.
You took the curator's finger during questioning.
Wait,
I
I'm
didn't
more impressed
know.
that the 10-year-old took her finger.
I'm more worried about the child with no shoes.
That's the 10-year-old.
I know she has no
Fine.
shoes. Poor thing.
You're
She wanted
recruiting.
shoes. She would ask
age.
for shoes.
Would she take a finger?
She could have taken
Does
the
she
curator's
know to
shoes.
ask for shoes?
I'm sure she does.
I feel like I should
Theoden,
go
what's
after
wrong?
her and give her shoes.
Why do you look like
Didn't-
that, Theoden?
Did we torture the curator to get this information? And by we, I mean the little girl that just left.
I mean, probably.
What could the little girl have done? She's like a little wee fly. I mean, you just blow and she would fall down.
Clearly, she cut a finger off.
Anyone can cut a finger off if you give them a knife. Usually it's your own finger because you're being stupid.
Regardless, she did say that she found the curator honest, which is good for us. And all of the magical runes that the curator had are now dispelled, so we won't have to worry about that. Shall we go for a questioning? Since you all
I think
seem
so.
very-
I'm finished eating for now, so we might as well.
I feel like I should reattach the finger.
Well, you can
Oh,
do
if you
that
can
when we
find
get
it,
on
I
there.
think that she likes to take those as trophies.
I gotta find out where your orphanage is.
What orphanage?
I don't know. You keep recruiting and coming up with all these children that have like all these weird, like you're like raising Xavier's School for the Gifted.
That's just one of them.
I know.
Adults that work for me too, but children are quite useful.
I could
No one
see
really
that.
expects a child to come in and cut your finger off.
I was a child when I joined the guard.
Euphemia is going to give a like. Example
Hello
A.
kind of goes. I was about 6 when they put me with the sword masters, so
I'm sorry, this person claims to have gone through much ordeal to get us this information, and we've both determined that she was likely being honest and also tortured her to get that conclusion. Is no one else a little bit uncomfortable with what's just transpired?
If she went through the ordeal to come to us, then she should have fully expected the questioning process in order for us to determine her legitimacy. We didn't kill her, we just cut off a finger. It's not that big of a deal, Theoden.
She is a curator, after all.
I hope you never have questions for me.
Euphemia is going to get up out of her seat and kind of wait for the others to rise before she starts making her way towards the dungeons of the Horde.
okay. Yeah. I want you guys to let me know. Do you guys want to take a break here, or do you want to keep going and then we can take a break in 20 minutes or so?
I feel like the questioning is going to take a while, so probably a good idea to take a break here.
Got it. Okay. I'm hoping that the voice in the air is around.
He was back.
He said he
Gotcha.
was.
Okay.
Yeah, there he
So so yeah, we're gonna take a small break, 5 to 10 minute break, so we can get our snacks, our food, and get things good for us. Come back in 5 to 10 minutes. Go get yourselves some water, and we'll be back when they are at the prisoner.
Whee!
I got a great. I can't bite into it right now. Welcome back. We're gonna be starting with the curator. You guys will have gotten there to get to the dungeons of the Horde. It is it is a long walk past countless darkened hallways. Not even torches are lit here, and the deeper you go into this castle, the music, the deeper you get into this castle is the more sound you begin to hear. It kind of echoes, your footsteps begin to echo, and you guys get to this cellar, like a 40-foot cellar with an arched roof, and on either side of you is people chained or in cells, and you guys continue to walk deeper and deeper, and finally you see about 3 or 4 guards standing on either side of this doorway. It is kind of a cinder block cell with a metal gate, and the guards are wearing blue and gold. 2 of the guards are wearing blue and gold, the other 2 are wearing red and black. And as you get closer, you do see the curator is kind of sat on in a corner, just in front of opposite the door. Her clothes absolutely filthy. Finger, you can see that with her hands kind of here. Her finger is gone. It's like her ring finger. And she just kind of sits with her head in her knees, waiting. She hears footsteps. She looks up, and then she looks back down at her knees. The guards open the door for you, and you guys can all fit into this fairly large cell. It's about 10 by 10, so they gave them a pretty big room for themselves. Is jail to themselves. And now, what do you do?
I just want to say for the record, logistically, next time, why don't we bring the prisoner to us, where we're comfortable and seated and in a nice heated room? It just seems...
What?
What?
You can't hear anything you said.
Oh, I said I wanted us next time to bring the prisoner to us in our comfortable room instead of us going down to the dungeons. Just seems like it would have been easier on everyone.
Dungeons?
You broke up a little bit there.
Do you have a problem with being in a dungeon?
I would say more a preference to being around a comfortable table with comfortable chairs, but nope.
I'm going to look to Rook. You had questions?
We have all kinds of questions. Let's start with who are you?
Her head peeks up. She looks at the torch, and she kind of stutters out. I am Curator Renee.
Curator Renee. Okay. And we've gone through your documents. Does she look like she's hurt?
Yes.
Like she's been beaten? Hurt?
Yeah, she's got bruising on her chin, on her jawline. Her finger is gone. Her ring finger is just like fully gone. Some of her clothes is like bloodied. So it's got like dribbles and spots of blood everywhere.
Cassius.
I think they're dropping in and out.
I know.
Yeah, I'm having some issues.
Okay.
Bizarre.
Happens.
Continue. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So she does look bloodied and hurt. Euphemia. It is around this time that one of the servants comes, knocks on the door, and hands you a small little pouch. Like water skin pouch. It's warm. You know it's your tea.
Okay. I'm going to step out of the cell and kind of as quickly as I can swig the tea down.
Okay. You do that. Drink it. Kana is also here. She's just kind of watching from a corner. And Willow has also followed you guys down here.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I was hoping Cass would like maybe heal her a little bit, but that's fine.
I mean, we do have a cleric.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
I can
her.
see the extent of her abilities.
Yeah. Hey,
Can nobody-
Daisy May. Could you make the prisoner a little bit more comfortable?
What would you like me to do? Run them a bath?
No, heal them.
Oh, yeah, I guess I could do that.
Was not delirium.
What?
I'm gonna hit points.
You're a little robot-y still.
They are not there for me at all.
Hmm.
Just hop out and then hop back in.
Lim, if you could hop out and hop
That's
back
it.
in.
I just
So I was gonna say, Daisy May will kind of, shuffle in and scooch in as close as she can to kind of touch the prisoner on the shoulder to cast Cure Wounds, and they would receive 12 points of health.
Okay, that's pretty good. They were on 2.
Now, you know how like you take a knee? So Rook's gonna do that in front of her.
Okay.
He says
So you can be
Just-
eye level with her.
probably as close as I can get. She's sitting down, so I'm still probably over her.
Well, yeah, I
Oh.
mean, even if you're taking a knee and she's sitting down, I mean, you'll still be taller, yeah.
But
I still don't see Cass, and I feel bad about that.
No, I think they hopped out.
Okay. Okay. So you're just gonna get on a knee and in front of her.
Mhm.
Okay. She kind of like looks. She's not looking up at you anymore. She's like looking at you, a little more nervous. And she what do what do you need?
So I want to know. We went through your documents, and I need to know why the effort to bring them to us.
I'll say that this is maybe the first time you guys have seen this curator, outside of Cass. As she like looks you in the eye, you see that coloring of the curator and Edwell's niece. And she kind of looks to you and she goes, "My name is Curator Renee Yadara. And I don't approve of what's happening in the capital or anywhere else. I don't agree with a coup, and we're not meant to be changing things or inserting ourselves into histories. But I had to do something so not many people get killed. That is why I brought the papers.
And how are those papers supposed to help us keep people from dying?
They are the earliest the things I could get were troop movements dated 3 weeks in advance. They are planning to move on the tout and plan for a complete taking within 3 weeks of the tout.
I look back at did you guys see that?
Did we see that in any of the?
Yeah, you did. Well, you guys saw that there was paperwork dated about 3 weeks in advance. Nobody really looked at what those papers were.
Okay.
Because at the time, Theoden was just looking to see what the, closest date was.
Where did you get these papers?
I worked for the curator, or the king's curator.
Okay, the curator.
No, the king's curator, the Velgaris curator. It's two different people.
Wait, there's more than one?
We're all curators. We all are assigned to different households. The Velgaris have the curator, the one that the king has, and then there's the sexton, which is the highest curator within the land that approves the papers that we sent out to make sure they are truthful, honest, knowledgeable, I guess.
So whose curator are you?
I was being trained to just be a scribe, a transcriber. I take information that people have and put it into readable works.
So you took all this information that is accurate, but there's histories here that have nothing to do with the war now. Why did you bring us that?
I grabbed as much stuff as I could.
Okay. Would Theoden have mentioned the papers that had future dated?
I would probably have pointed out that the future date was weird, but I was preoccupied at the moment.
Because that would have stuck to it. Stuck to me when you said it, but I didn't know if you said it out loud. So I'll ask her, some of these dates haven't happened yet.
They're from what I can tell, the curator is moving to be in the tout soon. Things that haven't happened. I think he's planning ahead.
Okay, so he's confident of his victory.
Yes, those are plans, I believe. Movements, troop movements.
So we definitely have to review those papers a little bit more in depth. I have another question, because you have the same thing. What is with the eyes? Why do all of you have that?
I don't. I was born with it. My mama said that I was born with it, so I suppose I was born with it.
Who
Do
were
you
your
believe it
mother
all?
and father?
No, likely dead.
Join the
Who
club.
were they?
My mother was a dye maker, and my father was a curator for the Raylon a long time ago.
What was his name?
Curator.
Thank you.
I
Just seeing if it rang a bell. I'm guessing not.
no, I don't know. I don't know my father's name. I'm sorry.
That's right. I didn't remember mine until about 20 minutes ago.
It's concerning and not my business.
All right. So you can vouch for all the paperwork being as accurate and as true as you know it. You're here to bring us information. What are you hoping to get out of this? The end of the war? The king dead? Like, what is your group's goal?
We're curators, so we just want the truth of the war to be, out.
What is
People
this
are being
truth?
fed propaganda that the war is justified, that the burdens they happened because the gods were furious, and that the goddess was upset that people weren't accepting her, but it's not the goddess we know. We are keepers of truth, and that is not what's happening.
How many more of you are there?
From the curator's camp, 5, and about 300 around Oshedia, possibly growing.
And they answer to
Themselves.
you gotta unite them.
We've tried, but who's gotten close to, well, here, gets disappeared.
So they're watching for
leader.
you to arrive here.
They were waiting for me to arrive, and if I didn't send a signal, then they would send more people to come and deliver more information. The same information, but
Have you heard of a book? It's a book of secrets. Don't just say, yes, you've heard of a lot of books. Let me finish. It's a book of secrets, a leather-bound book that just contains information that can, like, change the courses of history.
let me roll for her, because she just got tortured.
I tried to heal her.
She got a little healing. It's more the psychological damage of your finger being cut off by a 10-year-old.
That would probably upset me too, yes.
Aww.
You're gatherers of knowledge. I'm sure this book has come up in legend.
She begins to kind of look through, and you see that eye begins to like wisp away. Like there's wisps of like golden flecks behind it, and they begin to like move around until like her eyes come back into focus, and she goes, "Yeah, they say that the Lord Corman, he had something like that."
Lord Corman, who's that? Who's that?
The Deverett, the man they burned.
Wait a minute.
Wait,
Yeah.
my father had a book of knowledge.
Secrets.
Secrets. Okay, secrets.
And from what I've heard of you, your father, that makes sense. Where's the book now? And I'm actually like asking Theoden.
Would I have the? So there would have been several books and papers at our villa, and we left in some hurry. So it's possible that we would have gathered it up. Would I happen to know anything of what is being discussed? Would we have to have gotten lucky enough to gather that up as part of our escape? Or perhaps my sister?
There is no such thing as a recollection check. So I'm gonna say give me an insight check to see if you recall picking that up.
Sure.
Never mind him. What about Khan?
Okay. Okay. Theoden, there was so much shit that was going on, you don't know. It could have possibly gotten picked up, but most of it went back to the tout with your sister. Because most of that paperwork was for the tout.
We were told it was on its way here, or that it could already be here.
Mm-hmm.
So let's
Didn't
take
your
that.
father pull out a book from his pocket when he did something after you killed your brother? Table talk.
That's a good question. I don't remember, but it seems like the kind of thing that could have happened. I will have to go back and watch the episode where I allegedly killed my brother.
Allegedly.
What do you mean allegedly?
Allegedly.
Did it?
Allegedly.
Allegedly. I like this. I like allegedly.
Okay, so the book is real. I'm not crazy. I think you all owe me an apology. And then back to you with the golden eye. Where the hell did you just go just now?
My DM was having a snack. Didn't
Sorry.
expect to be yelled at. What?
The eye. Where did you go? Like you basically checked out, came back with information. What is that?
Those are called thoughts. I was having thoughts.
I have thoughts all the time. My eyeball doesn't glow. Look, I'm having one right now. See? No glow.
It looked like it looked like your eyes went in separate directions. You might actually want
You're
to
behind me.
pick
Stop
out
it.
a medic.
It's like, I'm gonna look back at her like, you're not helping. I gotta roll the intimidation at disadvantage now. Thanks.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
What? Didn't you all see that?
You're the only one eye to eye with her.
Okay, but I did see it, right? There was like a magical glow.
You saw it.
Okay, so I'm not crazy. You know what? I think you're trying to make me crazy. Tell me what you did.
I kneel down in front of her and cast Identify on her eyes.
Cast Identify.
And don't get any ideas. This one's mine.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
You're just gonna look back at Rook like, whose castle are you in?
Who let you in here? Yeah. You look. Cast Identify. How long does Identify take?
I can cast it as a ritual, or I think I can cast it as an action. Hold on, let me double check.
Okay, let me make sure.
So I can cast it. I can cast it in a minute. If I
Okay.
don't cast it as a ritual.
So you're just gonna kind of get down on your knee and then like cast something.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell her, hold still. This won't hurt. I promise.
Okay. Um. Okay. So she just kind of sits still. Havoc, I assume you're still yelling at her.
No, if I see Euphemia like coming in and casting a spell, I'm just gonna watch that she doesn't wig out and do something to Euphemia.
Okay. Yeah, you continue to like cast this, and it lets you know the type of magic on her, right?
Yes, like so if it's like yeah, like whatever type of magic her eyes are,
Okay.
and whether any spells are affecting.
Okay. Sweet. So you cast this. She kind of sits still. Her wounds are closed up, so she's willing to sit still for you. As you cast it, this like white glow of this eye that had the flecks in it. It is a divination spell that is on her eye. And you wanted to do both, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So for the other one, you see that it is, would it tell you this is what I'm trying to figure out. It might. Okay. And the other one is necromancy.
So I don't know any of this. I'm just standing there looking and waiting, like patiently watching her, but like every now and then glancing towards Euphemia.
Okay. It tells you the like spell.
Yeah,
School.
because it's not detect magic. Detect magic tells me the school. Identify lets me know if it's under any sort of spell.
Okay. So the divination would, I'm gonna say that like the way you're seeing this is like a rune that kind of like pops out of her eye and you're reading these like runes.
Mm-hmm.
But the closest thing that you can like the closest approximation to like what spell is taking over is like foresight. It's got some changes here and there, but that's about it. And the other one is, again, still kind of messed up, but it's closer to magic jar. That is the closest you can get to either of those.
So it
Rough
looks like
translation.
it's sort of some sort of offset of foresight and magic jar are affecting her
Yes.
eyes. I'm going to stand up. You said you were born with those eyes, or at least your mother told you so.
As far as I know.
Do you know you have spells affecting them?
That would be a first to me.
Yeah, some divination and necromancy magic.
Well, that's worrisome.
And yours aren't the first eyes we've seen that way. Have you seen any others that have eyes that look like yours?
Not that I know of. No. The curator has the closest eyes, I guess, but I don't. Other than that, no.
Do you know much about the curator?
Not really. I just take whatever information he has and transcribe it.
Insight check.
Okay. You're gonna have to beat a 15.
I have one inspiration. May I use it?
You may, yeah.
Okay.
As far as you can tell, they seem to be telling the truth. The little girl said she was truthful, so that's as best as you can tell.
Euphemia looks a little bit worried. Not because of the foresight, but because of magic jar. And do I have that spell? Hold on. It seems to be active right now, magic jar.
Both of them are currently dormant.
Okay. So what I'm thinking is that something projects. This is my thought as like player, is something projects its soul into her eye in order to use her as a vessel to get around, which I'm worried about because she's now in our castle. Or whether she's able to use that spell herself. Yeah, Euphemia is going to look worried, but she's not going to say anything to the party about it yet.
Okay. Yeah. So she kind of watches you. She answers your questions and she goes, I would suggest using that information that I got for y'all, as soon as possible. I know where the curator's gonna be in 3 weeks. I don't know where the king is now.
How are we supposed to use that information? Where will the curator be exactly in 3 weeks?
It's in. Did you read the papers?
I mean, we skimmed them. There were quite a lot.
We know what we
Right.
have to go look at now.
Can I not be left with the child again?
No. Well, I mean, do we have to leave her in the cell?
That's up to you guys.
I was asking Euphemia.
Oh.
I'll be responsible for her.
Euphemia will she's like chained up now.
Yeah, she's got like chains on her leg and arms.
I'm going to signal for one of the guards to unlock her.
You go to do that, and both of them kind of look at each other and then look to the end of the hallway. As you look, if anyone follows their gaze, you see that Rajat is at the other end.
Ooh, we get to see who's really in charge now.
Rajat nods his head and they both go in. All four go in, unlocking each chain. Because she had one on her arm, one on each of her arms, and one on each of her legs. And they all come out again.
Yes, you're back.
Buongiorno.
So I don't know how long this signal is gonna last. I called Spectrum and got a technician to look into it, and they said that there's something wrong with my wiring. So we have to have a technician come out and look at it. So I may not be able to continue if the signal keeps dropping.
That's okay. You can just do as much as you can, but don't worry about it too much. Yeah. They unlock her. What do you do?
I look at Rook. You said you would be in charge of her, so if she gets up to any mischief, you'll be punished for it.
Okay.
The curator, kind of mousy now, goes, I won't be up to no good. I promise.
All right. I'd say we go back to the table where all the papers are and start going through, and now at least she can offer a little bit of guidance.
Okay. So you guys go back to the dining area.
Also, Renee, what do you know about T-Cod?
10 cod?
Yeah.
He was a cruel man, like whoring and drinking.
Uh-huh.
They disappeared, presumed dead. Why?
You think he's really dead? I'm trying to see if I can get that eye to flare.
I would assume so. That was many, many years ago. So,
Think you could do that recollection thing? Recall some thoughts?
possibly?
I'll wait.
Not now.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I can't just think of things in detail right now. I have to have something to look at.
I'll get you. What about this? I'll show her my medallion.
The medallion? Okay.
Yes.
She looks at it.
Here, touch it.
She kind of steps away. She goes, can I be put into someone else's care?
Nope. This is very important.
I assume you guys are walking to the
Yeah.
Yeah, walking and talking.
Okay. She kind of looks at it. She doesn't touch it. She looks at it and she goes, I'm not, looks like an offshoot of the Farmall Sigil.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Sir,
It
I don't know
belonged
what
to
this is supposed to mean.
it belonged to his wife.
Lena?
Who? No. The other one. I didn't know there was more than one. Jesus.
Yeah, Lady Lena. Farmall.
I guess I'm here. I heard it wrong. I heard Lena.
Yeah,
No.
that's the first wife.
No, must be the second wife. There was more than one. Oh my god, my family tree is so fucked up.
Anthem.
That one.
Oh. Well, she's dead too.
Yeah, I know.
Probably.
What do you mean
Yeah.
probably? No, I've seen her.
Oh. Unfortunate. May she rest, I suppose.
I was really hoping you
Sir-
could give me something more definitive. Come on, let's go. There's food.
I will work for food.
There you go.
Renee will look to Daisy May and go, thank you for the healing. Does he not know how research works?
I don't know if he's ever opened a book, honestly. He keeps talking about this one in the black cover all the time, but he doesn't even know the name of it.
I can hear you.
Have names. Sir, books have names.
I don't know the name.
How am I supposed to tell you what book it is?
You just did.
Did I?
I'm not sure you know how your eye works.
I see through it.
That's good. Here, have a rib.
She starts eating.
I'm just gonna stand
Daisy
behind her,
May.
like holding my temples, like, oh my god.
Daisy May's gonna lean in close to Renee, and she's like, I think it might be a dragonborn thing. Kind of being hard to understand and all.
I
I'm
understand
still right
perfectly.
here.
I understand him perfectly. It's just that I don't know what he's talking about.
Okay, before when I asked you about the black book. Your eye glowed, and there was like goldness and magic, and then you answered me. You don't remember that?
I remember answering you.
Well, that's the book she's talking about.
Okay. Well, now you know.
I think I liked you better in cuffs.
I like me better in cuffs too. She's just eating still. Do you guys show her anything? What do you do?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
She's here now.
We'll put
Go ahead.
the first thing, the troop movements. Decipher this. Spill it for us.
She looks at it and she asks for a pen, for an ink and quill, and empty parchment.
You asking the wrong one. I'll look at Euphemia.
I'll hand her her little belt thing.
Okay. She takes it. She flips open this little book, like journal. She takes the pen off of the chain and she like starts scribbling stuff down as she like looks through the pages. So she starts to like, circle a couple of letters here and there, and she starts to write whatever it is that's happening. And she starts to spell it out for you. Well, it seems that the curator is going to be in Jasperdale, not too far from the center, the Deverett household.
Yes, we're familiar with Jasper Dale. How will he get there?
Well, as you know, Greenhill is not a very strong navy force, so they're gonna start taking mercenaries. But those are they think, as far as I can tell, those are dummies. They're meant to throw you into that direction, into the sea. It's hard to get to
Decoys?
land from the sea. Decoys, that's the word. And they're going to be coming from the Crownlands, from the river down. There have been some druids coming from Mélange Gris that well, they betray their own kind. Traitors, you know? So they've been making their way from Horn Silver down through Mélange Gris, staying away from big paths and making their own way to the Tout. And they're going to be pushing a small force into the Tout, passing through the Grove. And I think that they're going to split and try to take the Horde and the Tout at the same time.
While she's doing this, can we get like a map? Because I see one on that table over by Willow.
Yes.
Can we like start like, you know, like drawing lines indicating like the movements or where they're going?
Yes, you can. Give me 1 second. Yeah. So she will continue to explain to you what's you know, what she sees or what she knows.
Is Zurich still here?
Zurich?
Yeah, is he still here?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I I'm gonna talk to Zurich. Can you get word to Tenya about the traders moving through Mélange Gris?
He grunts in orc. He says, will do. I haven't been able to find Tenya for a lot of the night, so I will be heading off.
So when is all this set to take place? Is all of this in the future, or has some of it already happened?
I did share the map with you guys.
So what we know is that this is supposed to take place over the course of the next, like their movement and stuff is taking place over the next 3 weeks, and then in 3 weeks the curator should be in Jasperdale.
Yes. So the idea is that you guys are supposed to go after. I'm gonna make it purple because that's the color of the the people. So the idea is you guys are meant to like be protecting this area. Pointer. No, stop it. It's doing a thing. Whatever. So the idea is that you guys are supposed to be protecting the air, the sea between Green Hill and the Tout. Because so far you guys have not. Just because it hasn't come up. And it doesn't really matter for lack of a better word. Because the Green Hill or the Naelith don't have a strong navy. They just don't. The issue is that they've been moving through Mélange Gris in whatever direction, and they're going to start to split. So one of them's going to go here, and from there, the other one's going to go to the Stowe. You know? So they're just going to split into a Y. So they came down through Mélange Gris. They're going to split in the Tout because they know that the Crownlands and the Tout, that space between them is kind of no man's land. So it's just going to keep going back and forth. And as I told you guys in the beginning, the Horde or the Stowe is the basically it's the center of this rebellion. You guys are there because that is the strongest place to be. It is defended by mountains and an army. The issue is that you guys have had to send your army out. The Stow's main protection is the mountains. But if they have a Mélange Gris druid, that kind of becomes it becomes less of an issue to navigate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
'Cause we
that is
thought we
their
were safe because we were cut off from Hornsilver and the Crownlands because of the Tau and Mélange Grange being on our side, but because they have a druid or druids who have turned traitor to the Linnaeus, means that they can move into both the Tau and the Stow uninhibited.
Yes. So that is what she begins to explain to you. I wish how do I just paint? I don't want to have to do. You need to stop. Yeah, that is what she is explaining. And so now that you know that area is no longer safe, she starts to explain that because of this friendly rivalry that Jasperdale and Sister Forge have, they've always had differing views on gods. A lot of them, most of them, worship Adon, the god of Forge, but well, people don't always only believe in one thing, and now that the only religion that is accepted is that of the goddess of knowledge, we don't know how many people are going to turn coat as soon as they can.
Is it possible to head off this operation in the Grove before they split or just after they split? Could we send a force there to confront them?
She looks at you and she goes, she kind of reads through more of the papers, and whoever is closest to her, you guys do see that her eye does the thing again, and she begins to scribble down more words.
Rook, did you see it? It did the thingy.
Yes, I saw it.
Okay, I was just checking to see if you pay attention.
I need her to do it when I want it.
Yeah, so she starts to you could about 5,000 are going to Jasperdale and the other 5 are going to the Stow. So I don't know how
It's a large
you
force.
guys are gonna do that.
So, if I heard her correctly and I'm drawing this right, they're coming out of Mélange Gris and they're splitting up, and they could either take the Stow, Tout, or Jasperdale. That's how they're splitting?
They're splitting to take both. Yeah. So they're coming out of Mélange Gris and one's going to Jasperdale and the other 5,000 are going to the Stow.
Okay, so they're not going to this middle one. Okay, got it.
How many forces do we have?
Put together, you guys would have about 70,000.
Where are they?
So your guys's, I'm gonna make your guys's boys. We're gonna make them. Oh, that's already red. That's fine. We'll make them green because they're good boys. So your guys's are mostly Oh no, I did it bad. In this area, fighting for these sections, right? So that area is contested constantly. So you're going back and forth.
So the enemy, are they withdrawing troops from there to do this, or did they just get another 10,000 troops that were just unaccounted for that they're using for this operation?
They're probably here we go. Hold on. Let's see if the curator would know that.
I'm only seeing red on the map.
Oh.
Was there supposed to be something else?
They're supposed to be purple.
Yeah, I'm not seeing purple either.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it either.
Oh no, you're not seeing purple? Oh no. There we go. Do y'all see it now?
No.
I saw the purple before. There was a lot of purple on the map. I don't see it now, though. It went away.
Oh no.
I see red. There's like a path, and there's the word decoy written out.
I see
in
red,
pointer.
yeah.
Yeah, that was. I did the red.
Okay, you did the red. How the hell do you write on the map?
There's a drawing feature on the top. See the little 3 dots over the pyramid? If you click on that, it'll open a gray bar, and then there's a drawing.
Oh,
Okay, Jay,
I
you're
saw it.
drawing on the lower level.
Yeah.
saw
It was underneath the image.
Yeah, hold on. Do it up there.
There you
I
go.
fixed it. There we go. That's where it was. It was just being stupid. I was like, I know I'm drawing on the
Isaac,
top
can
layer.
you re-explain the whole thing?
So
I'm
I wanted
cry.
to say that I was pretty accurate without seeing Jay's drawing.
Yes, I thought you guys were just my
you
drawing.
actually
No.
killed it. No.
You did. You did a good job.
I was seeing
I was seeing
Rook.
it.
So
I don't
a
know
lot
how
of
you were
our
seeing it.
forces are currently on the border of the Tau and the Crownlands.
Yes. So a lot of your 7,000 are between the Tout and the Crownlands, kind of fighting that, battle that you can't really win. Other ones are fighting within Dryglen, or within Etbordy, because there is like no one there to like push back. They're kind of on their own. So about 10,000 are tied up just fighting to keep Etbordy. Melange Grise doesn't really need soldiers, so they have kept maybe 1,000 at most, and the Dredge has just kind of left their home to be defended by whatever they can. They are mostly a naval force, so they kind of had to decide between, putting soldiers on the ground or going out to sea. And the Dredge makes up about 3,000.
So the decoy, what was that in reference to?
So the decoy, that is where they are going to start sending troops into that area between Etbordy and
Who's they?
I'm sorry, the king. So the new king or old king, I guess.
The bad guy.
That guy, the crown is going to be trying to get you guys to fight within that triangle between Green Hill and the Tout, because they have a mercenary army that they've bought in order to
Wait, I see.
push troops there. Pardon? Sorry.
In the ocean?
Yes. They have soldiers, like a navy, that's going to start fighting there.
So the mercenary group
Yes.
that they've hired, can we
Oh.
pull some Braveheart stuff and find out if we can turn them? Especially
Well-
since I know a lot of mercenaries.
You would be the most likely to turn them.
Okay.
Because they're your boys.
Right.
They're
So-
your guys.
Right. So we might be able to turn that force around and eliminate that whole thing where the ambush goes against the ambushees. But I don't know how we're stopping the druids coming out of like Malangri.
That is your biggest thing. Because as far as Renee has told you, that's where the curator is. This is him. He's gonna be coming down with that group.
Okay. So if we can, they're gonna expect us to send all our troops to like stop the decoy. That's why they're sending the decoy. If we can just make sure that the mercenaries take care of the decoy, we could send all our forces to intercept them before they split.
Yes.
Or after they split and overwhelm the two halves of the army one at a time. Which would probably be better. So we just need to get all our troops basically waiting for the first split and take the group going to Jasperdale. And then
How is the
It's gonna be
curator
really
moving
hard to
into
come back to
Jasperdale?
the dough.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. You both spoke at the same time. Miriam.
Go ahead, Lim.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, it's like it'd be really hard to come back the way. Like you have to go through the mountains. If I'm reading that right, like how would we get from Jasperdale to the Stowe without going all the way around?
Well, they have
Unless you-
druids.
unless there's
We
a
could get
pass there.
druids.
We do have access to druids because of the Linnaeus.
Right. So we can have druids that
Um,
help us.
How is the curator getting to Jasperdale? Is it with the druids or is he going through another route?
So, as far as Renee could decipher, he is coming down with the druids.
He's going into the Stowe. Right?
No, he's going into the Tout. The Tout's where Jasperdale is.
Oh, I thought he was going into the other one.
He's just going down that same route. Where he's gonna split, I'm gonna tell you now. Renee doesn't know. She just
Okay.
knows that as this path between Jasperdale and the Stowe, he's going to be joining this like 10,000 army that is like moving through the wilderness.
So we need to stop them.
How many do we? I think that we should move troops that are currently on the border between the Crownlands and the Tout in order to cut them off before they even manage to split. But
Well,
that's
no,
depending upon where they are now.
Could I use my free 20 that I got for the original recap I did,
Yeah.
and use that to essentially roll for Cassia's military knowledge at what would be the most effective way to isolate the army here, the whatever the fuck words are escaping me being stressed.
It's okay. Yes, you
Okay.
can. You can use that 20. I was trying to draw a little crown, but it didn't work, so it's okay. For sure you can. With a 20, with like a nat 20,
Basically, he has knowledge. I don't have knowledge. Character knowledge.
It's
don't
okay.
have knowledge.
So we're gonna make me this, I don't know, this blue color. It doesn't matter. So with a nat 20, Cass, with his many years of military experience, would know that this trip through Mélange Gris is risky as hell because they have a few druids on their side, whereas the entirety of the Lineas are against the king. So while it is good that they are trapped, the reason that it's good enough is because they're just moving through Melange Grige. If they had to fight within that area, they would be easily overwhelmed, because that is a bad place to be, right?
Which is why I wanted to send contact to Tenya to let her know.
Yeah. So as they're moving through here, Cass would know that once they hit this like border, you can stop them. It's just going to take significantly more effort. Because at that point they've already moved and done what they need to do in order to start marching.
So we want to cut them off while they're still in Melange Grige. We don't want to wait until they've crossed the border.
Yeah. Cass would realize,
Okay.
like,
Cass.
in Cass's mind, that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, he's been doing nothing but like studying, the military history of the last 3 months. So he probably would have looked at, most definitely would have looked at any kind of wars or battles that were fought in Melange Grige. So with that knowledge, he conveys to the group basically what Euphemia had been suspecting, and he confirms that and says that we must cut them off. It's once they leave the border of Melange Grige, it will be much more difficult to stop them, and then they will split apart, and our forces will be forced to divide if we're to find the curator. We don't know which way he's going.
I will also mention, just so you guys don't feel blindsided, while it is better to take them while they are in Melange Grige, that does mean that you will have to contend with 10,000 soldiers all at once. That is including cannon and trebuchets, cavaliers, mages, all that.
Did you ever go back and explain my part from last time? You said we'll get to it.
We did not. I did not get around to explaining it. Is Lim cutting off for anyone, just to make sure it's just
Yes.
on my computer?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I can do it. Just because I think it's very cool. So Lim, do you want to read it off, or?
No, is that on connection's gonna hold?
Got it. So Cass received correspondence with the Republic, and it is approved 1 galleon equipped with 8 arcane cannons, 4 on each side. These things are about 3 feet by 6 feet long, and anything within a 30-foot radius of where this like ball lands is basically eviscerated. You're also getting 3 land cannons. It's not a lot, but they are like big and heavy and hard to move, and they are deadly. They didn't approve foot soldiers, as it would become too much of an act of war outright. But you guys got 600 blades, 600 shields, and 3,000 armor sets from the Republic. So they couldn't approve soldiers because that would just outright be them going to war. But they did approve stuff for you.
Yeah, so let's get that whole mining contract underway. Deveret.
What if we... So we got cannons for ships, right? As well as cannons for our armies.
You guys got an entire ship.
Okay, we got a ship.
It's like a massive ship.
Okay. Because we know that they're going to try to distract us by sending armies from Greenhill through the sea across to Jasperdale. But what if we reverse them?
Yes, yield.
Yield your reverse. And use the ship that we got to fire upon Greenhill. And perhaps have our armies in Etbordi start to march on the northern border of Greenhill.
Haven't they already been doing that? Are they engaged there?
They're engaged in Etbordi, but they're not engaged on the border, correct?
The border of Etbordi has been pushed in because when she went crazy, it kind of like fell apart. So they're just trying to keep as much land as possible. Greenhill is not being attacked in any meaningful way right now.
So it would be a surprise for them if Greenhill was to get attacked from two fronts. Especially given that it's so close to the capital.
Yeah.
So we can make them think that we're going to go to take the king by sending some forces to attack Greenhill. And hopefully it will draw their forces away from the Tout border so that we can pull some men to go into Melange Grige.
Can I ask a couple of questions?
Yes.
All right. So, how many men do we have total? Like
70,000.
we have 70,000. And how many do they have?
About 50.
Okay, so we have them in numbers if that's the case.
Yeah, and like one rook equals like at least 100 men. So
I
mean-
keep the flirting to a minimum. Actually, keep it to a maximum.
But they might have rooks as well.
Well, they do. They have the Raylon, which is going to be one of my questions. Where are the Raylon fighting?
we need you to go talk to them ASAP.
Well,
They're probably fighting with both the Dredge and
I
probably
believe,
joined.
from what my informants have told me, the Raylon have all went north. So there's only like a
Dredge.
token group. Yeah, there was only a token group coming to the south helping, which kind of works in our favor because I don't want to fight the Raylon. But if they're in the north engaged there and they're out of the way, then I can see if I can turn them to the right side of this war. We'll see. But our immediate thing is the mercenaries. We might be able to get them to switch. So he's coming with 10,000 men. We have 70,000. I'm guessing Etbordi has like probably 35 of that.
Just about. You guys have to keep Etbordi so that the
Right, so they just don't swarm over us.
yeah.
Okay, so we got to leave that army up there engaged and holding out. We have in our, in this yellow circle in Crownlands, how many? 20? 10?
In the Crownlands, it changes from day to day because so many men are dying on that border.
Right.
So any given day you can have about 10 to 15.
10 to 15. Because here's what I'm thinking. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, we're going to have to sacrifice some land. We're either going to sacrifice the Tout or the Stow, or we're going to sacrifice Ed Bordy. I'd rather sacrifice Ed Bordy
I'd
Oh,
rather
and
do
pull
that
our
as
men
well.
from there.
I'd rather just rout them and win. So we might have to sacrifice a lot of land, but not in the way you're thinking. If we can lure them in and basically trap them, they'll think they're winning, and we're just getting them where we want them.
Where are we
So-
routing them in?
The Stow. The largest capital is easiest. The castle is one big fort, isn't it? Where the head is it
The
not?
castle is an entire mountain.
Right,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. It's highly defendable, so we don't need as many people to defend it. What I'm thinking is we keep a large portion of our force ready to move when we need them to. We harass them all the way through taking out as many as we can, like with guerrilla tactics, just hit and run, killing as many as you can, keeping our casualties to a minimum, and just harass them until they split. When they split, we maybe harass them a little bit more, but we let the armies go the two ways they want to go. The one army who's going to try and take the castle, they're going to be stuck because they're going to have to lay siege. At that point, the army has split into two smaller forces. We send our major force after the one force that's going to the city of Jasperdale, and we just overwhelm that one. And then once that army is routed, we take that large force and reinforce the castle surrounding the siegers. Now, I am not as schooled in it as Cass, but I did serve for many years. And that's how we were trained. So I don't know if my thinking is I would need a J ruling on that, if it makes sense.
I think the only problem is we're still going to have to pull men from somewhere. And that is, are we going to pull them from Ed Bordy, or are we going to pull them from the border with the Crownlands, who are closest to us?
We're going to take the men from the Crownlands, but we're going to supplement them with the mercenaries, which I am confident we're going to gain as a fighting force.
How are we going to gain the mercenaries as a fighting force?
Because I am once a mercenary.
But how does that work? They're already being paid by the other side, are they not?
We'd have to pay them more.
We'd pay them more or appeal to their sense of honor. And pay them more.
They're mercenaries.
I know.
They go to whoever paid them more. That's the sense of honor.
Right.
Do we have more money than the crown?
If we win, we will.
Do we have more money than the crown currently? We are the keeper of the coin.
You guys do have more money than the crown at the moment.
Well, then, as long as we win, we have more money, we have the mercenaries.
Anyone has anything to give me so that I can help you guys, I am more than willing to take it.
What?
Like, if anyone has anything, what? Lim is giggling and I'm worried.
No, Meme.
Oh no! I just said I already rolled a 20 on it, so I can't really give you more than a 20.
It's true. And you can give me a pull a thread, so you just won't be able to pull that thread, but I can give you a certainty.
Unravel.
Or unravel a
And
thread.
I don't think you use that here.
Well, I have a
I'm saying-
critical
it's
success, and I was going to use that in the negotiation with either the Raylon or the mercenaries. So I don't want to waste it now.
No, keep it. Keep it. I already used mine on this. So if
Yes.
if that didn't give us enough, then it's probably something else.
You did give me a 20. You are right, correct. You know what? You did. Best bet is to get him in Melange Grish. this decoy army is someone's gonna have to fight it, whether it be a mercenary group that you guys turn or just anyone else. You guys might have to pull from the Crownlands. You don't know, but you know that this area, where the decoys are going to be, is going to be attacked. That is a certainty. Bordy is slowly pushing land outward. So you don't want, from that perspective, you can either give up at Bordy, but you are going to have that entire section of the Oshedia Empire is going to belong to the crown. And they are going to be able to like collect in one area. So they'll be able to have like a foothold and hold this land for long.
What are the Belmore doing? What are they up to?
In Woodkeel?
Yeah.
But he's asked.
They're close with the Deverettes, no?
Yes.
So you think that they would have sided with us?
Correct. They are neutral.
They've
I'm
not
going to
sided
look-
with us.
I'm going to look to Theoden and say you need to convince the Belmore to provide men.
I can ride
And
there
aid.
and to try. Sure.
I wish there was a way I could show the audience what I'm looking at. This is a beautiful map. Just so
Sure.
many colors, like crayons.
Sure is pretty.
You don't want to see this. So Woodkeel has remained neutral, if only because it is used as a refueling station, a restocking station, and they have some agriculture, so they are able to sell it to whoever is near them. Mostly being giving it to the tout because they are right there. And they're giving it to them for pennies on the dollar. They're assisting, they just have not been able to provide men.
Why not?
That is between the Belmore and their keeper. You don't know. They've just told you that they cannot, as much as they would love to, they can't.
I still think we're gonna have to pull men from Ed Bordy.
Who's leading at Bordy? Because my thought is that whoever, if they're in disarray there because the leader of, I guess, at Bordy that is like MIA, then it makes most sense to evacuate them and place them in lines that we can better lead.
Fair. So the people that have taken over guiding, so the reason that at Bordy is starting to gain more land is because they have found leaders within the sisters, the two sisters of the old lady of Fordain. So those two sisters, one of them is leading the army and the other one is leading the politics. So people that are against it and want to like turn to the crown have been basically quieted and pushed aside by one of the sisters, and the armies are like calculating and putting things in place with the others. So the reason that they're even fighting at all is because they have found leadership. It's just divided between two sisters. So there is like, oh, sorry. There is like people there that you can like choose to, I don't know, help, I guess. But you don't have to. That is up to you.
How many troops does the tout have in terms of
In general?
Seafaring?
Oh. Here you go. Eden can give you the answer.
Around 5,000, and that's just the naval troops, or is that everybody?
Nah, it's the naval troop.
Okay,
Which would be more than
if-
enough to stop whatever decoy army is trying to encroach through the ocean to the west.
Sure, yes, absolutely. I'm not worried about the decoys so much. I mean, even like, I imagine even our scrambled forces could take care of the decoy, provided they have any sort of notice at all. It's just everywhere else. I guess if they're decoys, they're going to draw us away somehow and overextend us so that.
We need to draw 10,000 men from somewhere, whether that's from the border, whether it's from any reserves that we might have, in order to go into Melange Grieche. So not having to worry about the decoy army is fine, but we do need to find men in order to go into Melange Grieche. So we're going to have to pull from somewhere. And unfortunately, we are going to lose land. That is just a fact of the matter. And sometimes you have to lose a battle in order to win a war.
Then let's go on if we can decide.
Broke up a little bit, Lim.
Coin.
One more time, because I didn't get that. My headphone. Oh, no, I didn't hear it.
I don't. Too bad. I can't.
Yeah. If you want to just type it, we can help you out there.
How many troops are in the dredge? You said
Pardon?
5,000?
In the dredge is about 1,000.
Oh, okay. And then in
There's
Melange
most
Grieche as well,
difference.
we have 1,000 as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to have troops somewhere to pull from.
So most of your army is caught up in Etbordi.
Yeah, so we have 35 in Epwordy. We have 1,000 on the border of
35.
the Crownlands.
This you have 10 to 15 on any given day.
Yeah, so that's 45 to 50,000.
Up here you have
21, yeah, up there.
1,000. Most of this army that you guys are looking at, so that's 70,000. About 20 of that is on this part of the sea, attacking Horn Silver, because those are coming from the dredge. So while the dredge is not very good at land combat, they are very, very good at.
So they have 20,000 in naval combat, which gives us the rest of our 70,000.
Yeah.
Right.
The only other
And the
problem.
Go ahead.
Well, the only other problem is that if we take troops from any of these regions, that could inflame the region. Like, I think strategically, if we could take some from Etbordi, then perhaps we could mass that. We could get a nice enough mass, but the problem is that then how are the people of Etbordi going to react to that change if we're essentially abandoning their front or close to it?
I think if we take 5,000 from Edbordi and 5,000 from the dredge, I don't think that would completely cripple either region.
Sure, and the dredge is very close. If we could get some of those troops on land, because the dredge could just sail down the coastline and
Yeah,
be right,
yes.
right there.
So if we could just have 5,000 from each in order to cut them off through Melange Grige.
How do we get the troops logistically from Etbordi over to Melange Grige? Because they're right now. There's enemy territory between us and them across the board. We'd have to commit naval resources just to ferry them. So this maybe is complicated, but we could shift. So let's
I was
say
going
we
to
shift.
say shifting the border, people from the border to Melange, 5,000 from the border to Melange Grige, and then the 5,000 from Etbordi to the border.
Yes, precisely.
Mm-hmm. Do a little loop-de-loo with them.
Yes.
Promise it's not meant to be mean.
It feels a little mean.
It is. I am trying to help you in helping you. I'm doing my best. I promise.
Can I call on those men?
You don't know that yet, but you do remember that.
Could I try?
You could try.
Try to rally people from the gauntlet?
You could.
Okay. If I'm able to... My father had 15,000 men. I don't know whether they've switched sides or tried to remain neutral, given the fate of the rest of the Kell family. However, they were 15,000 loyal men, if nothing else. And hopefully, if we were to call on them, they would answer that call.
Do you have any idea where they are?
Probably still somewhere within the gauntlet. Maybe they've retreated up north to the dredge. I'd have to have maybe a week or so to send out some feelers to see if I can locate them. In the meantime, I think that we should proceed as we've been planning. Shifting some troops around and trying to cut them off in Melange Grige. Rook will try to get in contact with the mercenaries to see if he can broker some sort of deal with them to switch them to our sides. We do have all of the armor and the swords and shields from Kuthia that you could offer up as a token as well to the mercenaries. And we do have the coin to pay them.
Well, I'm pretty sure they already have armor and weapons, but
Where is our king?
He's been locked away, right? Like in one of the... He's not made an appearance yet.
Surely he has some wisdom to impart.
Perhaps he's getting cold feet.
It is around this time when you guys are talking and trying to plan where the queen pops her head in. She is no longer dressed like this bright and vibrant in these bright and vibrant colors. No more purple, no more like jewelry or chains. She's dressed in this very simple like silk dress, kind of tied around like a robe. She walks in. As she looks around to all of you making plans, she holds a scroll that she will hand to... I'll say she'll hand it to Theoden to open. She'll like look around the table and hand it to Theoden. And as she kind of stutters to begin her sentence, she still kind of slumps shoulders. She looks around and she goes, I have signed over 5,000 men to Lord Theoden, as much as I could gather. I have been writing to many companies of men, many of which do not think that this war will be won, but that is beside the point. There is 5,000 men in that scroll. So, they will march on your order wherever they wish it. Wherever you wish it. I was going to keep them to protect me when I inevitably left, but it seems that you may need them more than I do.
So where are they now? Are they all here?
Well, mine are on the bay near the Pyramid of the Ancients. They will be traveling up, and they are traveling up. So they will be in the stow if you wish to have them. Now you only have to look for another 5,000. I've been listening.
Sorry, I have a question. Is she still pregnant, or did she already have the baby?
She already had her baby.
Yeah, she
Okay,
had
just
him.
making sure.
Yeah, she still got the pouch. You know, that doesn't go away overnight, but she's okay.
Okay, I was just curious.
She ain't got no baby. I've been listening in, and I thought perhaps you may need them.
We appreciate the aid, Your Majesty. It is a great offering. Thank you.
She nods, and she looks to you and she goes, Awen is okay. I am no queen. Awen. I need this war to be over so that no more people die. So, Awen. Right. I will let you get back to your plans and plotting. I just thought that may help you.
Thank you, Awen.
She looks at Daisy and she goes, I like your dress. It's very nice.
Thank you. My mama, she kind of helped me pick it out, and she helped me sew it. I can teach you how to sew if you'd like. It's really easy. All you have to do is get some cloth and some thread, and you just kind of like make a little pattern, and you just sew it up together.
That sounds lovely. And then she kind of like looks at the table, grabs a plate, and then walks away.
I like her. She's a sweet girl.
She's Very sweet. She would have made an excellent queen.
Indeed, she would have.
So, if we have her men sail up around the south coast, and we have 5,000 men from the dredge come in, we could head them off straight through Melange Grege. If we have some druids meet with them.
Meet with us.
Meet with the
mean?
soldiers to guide them through. Some Linnaeus druids, not the traders.
I guess we are amassing this plan. I am still a warrior myself. We should probably be at the vanguard. We should be there commanding this directly.
Euphemia's gonna look at Theoden, and look down at herself, being a wizard. You may wish to march with the vanguard, however, I know where my place is, and it is not with armies.
I mean, maybe not out front, but in the command, in nice tents with, like, all of the whatever as befits our station, but still, we should march out with the troops. We have skills we may need to use to intervene. I do not think we will want to wait for the results of this battle. While it was dangerous for us to be in the capital, it was also good that we were there when things started happening, because it meant we could react and plan and stem the tide, as it were. I think this is another case where if we're confident in this informant, and we're confident the main target and the main cause of all this will be there, we should go directly.
I'm going to look to Rajat.
Henry, shut the fuck up. Rajat is going to kind of look down at all of this. Let's see. He a smart man. This is his cup of tea. Make sure I'm reading this all the way through. He will look down at the map. Point to where Gauntlet once was, and he will like tap on it and go, "There's a reserve of men that we need to get to. As confident as we are in winning through Melange Grege, if there's anything about the Great Lord Orman that you could be sure of, it's that his men were loyal and they were good. And if we're pulling from the dredge, those men are meant to be navy men. And the queens are 5,000 good men, great men even, but 5,000 great men cannot win against 10,000 hand-picked. So, I say that if we want to be sure that we can cut them off at Melange Grege, burn them in Melange Grege, make sure that they never get past that border, find people in the gauntlet. And as fun as it would be to have you in the vanguard, I have enough confidence that if my wife goes to the gauntlet, you lot can protect her. He'll look to Daisy May and go, and you better be sure she comes back. That is your only task.
Yeah, I can do that. I mean, yeah, I could do that. Alive, dead, half alive. Sure, I can do all that.
He'll look to Euphemia and my dear, if you're going to go to collect those Kelmen, you're going to need to use your name. Through and through.
Euphemia sort of sets her jaw. She knows he's right. But she hasn't gone by that name in over a decade. But she nods. Of course.
Good. Right.
What do you mean by her name? Euphemia Kell? Is that
Of the Kel.
of
Proper
the Kell?
Kel.
So, is of the Kell just the title? So then, what's the actual name, or is that just
That is the name.
okay? Okay.
Kel. Ormond didn't tell anyone where the Kel came from. Just of the Kel.
Okay.
I can do my best. So we have we have a plan. Cut
have a
them off
plan.
Mélange Gris.
Make sure they never cross the border.
Good.
That is the hope.
And I suppose careful. I have a druid that can come with you, but don't ask questions. Don't want to see her. Good. She will open a path, and the bird will move you through Mélange Gris. But
So, Mélange Gris is one thing, but the gauntlet stands north of Hornsilver and Trefrock, both of which are held by enemies. How do you propose we get through there?
once you cross Mélange Gris, you hit the footprint of Spring, which is a holy site for them. And from there, I'm sure I can get some information to the Lord of the Drift, and he can ferry you to where you need to be. Or you can go through land, and then you will actually see the druid, and you will not have want to do so.
Yes, I think we'll just wait for Drift.
So we're going to the footprints of Spring, and then we're going to take a ship up to the gauntlet, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Good.
Works
Great.
for me.
Great. Well, I've had enough of this. I'm going to go kiss my children goodnight. He kind of gets up and saunters his way out of the room.
Well, I guess we should prepare to leave in the morning.
Indeed, we should.
Euphemia is going to sort of get up, brush her skirts off, and follow out behind Rajat.
Okay.
I will leave with Khan.
Kana leaves. And I assume the rest of you go about your way. To your respective rooms, or where do you go? Let's start with Brooke.
So I don't know. Rook is kind of looking at the battle plan and thinking about it, and he's also like lingering on the fact that they're going to be passing through Hornsilver. So he is conflicted right now.
Okay. That's not a great place to be, but here we are. So he's just gonna stay to look at the map before he goes to bed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Daisy May, where are you going?
I think Daisy May is gonna just maybe walk around a little bit. Kind of not sure what they really intend to do. Hope it works out for the best. Maybe she's just gonna spend some quiet time in the gardens if she can find any.
Okay. Yeah, I say she can find some quiet time to herself. There's a lot to explore as far as gardens within the horde. Daisy May can find little inscriptions on some trees and some fun little like placards that tell you the origins of this particular tree or garden. And a lot of them do have Euphemia's name. They were planted by hand, each and every single plant, by Rajat, the new Great Lord. Just so she could feel a little more at home or calm. Because he knows that the horde is covered in stone. And, you know, there's a lot of fun little things like that you can just read and walk through.
That's so cute. That's so sweet.
You guy, he's just a bastard. It's just a bastard in battle, okay? Yeah. What is Cass doing? Is he just gonna go to bed? Or is he gonna like update Bernard?
First off, hear me.
More or less, yes. Oh, never mind. Yeah. It's okay. When we figure it out next week, I'm sorry, but you're gonna be the star of the show next week. That's gonna be your punishment. You're gonna be main character. But it's okay. It happens. Don't worry about it. If you want to just type to me what you're gonna be doing, and I can read it out and let people know. Or what Cass is gonna be up to. Yeah. Euphemia. What's Euphemia doing?
Did you see my message?
Yes.
Hold, please.
Hold, give me a second. It's a 10-day process, friend.
Okay. Euphemia would probably make her way after Rajot. She will probably be standing in the doorway of the children's chambers, kind of watching him tend to them and waiting for him to finish.
Yeah. For a while, he just kind of deals with it. They're kind of jumping all over him. One of them tries to kick him, just in the shin. He just kind of like
Definitely Ezra.
Ezra. It is Ezra. He tries to kick him in the shin, and he just kind of plucks him up by the shirt and hucks him onto the bed. Eventually, they all calm down after a whole bunch of giggle fits and a little bit of threatening coming from your daughter. They all kind of get into bed, and he pulls out a book and begins to tell them a story until finally every single one of your children is asleep. Each one of them kind of a little upset that they have to go to bed, but ultimately they succumb. You know, because they're kids. And Rajat he feels happy, and you can tell that he finally just being alone with his kids is what he likes to do best. So he's happy here. Eventually he does get up, and he kind of walks over to the door where he sees you standing, and waits for you if you wanted to go in to kiss them goodnight, or if he's just gonna shut the door.
I'll shut the door for him. And I will loop my arm through his as we walk and sort of lean my head onto his shoulder. I'm sorry for earlier.
No, I'm sorry. I am kind of a dick, so probably shouldn't be such a jerk to you. My bad.
I forgive
And
you. I know you're under a lot of stress right now, and I think we're all feeling the ramifications of that at this point.
Yeah. So how many more days of tea?
Should be 4 more. I'll pack some for the trip so I can have some to brew. Luckily, I haven't been dealing with much more than just some stomach pains, but
Good. That's why I got you the cleric, so that in case anything bad happens, they can fix you right up. It's also a very funny accent.
she does, doesn't she?
Very lovely. I like it. I do.
I think she'll get along great with the rest of the group once they warm up to her.
I don't think anyone can get along with that group.
I think we all get along fairly well with each other. Although, I guess I'm not the best person to really be a judge of friendships.
You're all gonna cut each other's throats out one day. Except for, again, the cleric. Just Cassius as well.
Yeah, I can't see Cassius doing that. I feel like he'd cut his own throat before he'd cut anyone else's. Well,
Yeah.
one of us at least.
Well, we have to do our best to make sure to hold off the cutthroatedness of this all.
Euphemia kind of pauses. Once this is over, could we try again?
Probably. Why not? Add to the brood. I don't think my shins can take more kicking. Ezra's got very strong legs. Ugh.
There's sort of tears welling up in Euphemia's eyes, and as she smiles, well, let's hope the next one takes a little more after me, a little bit more delicate. Can't help it that your Goliath genes just produce brutes.
That's not my fault. No, that is my fault.
It
No,
is
I'll
your
take
fault,
that
yeah.
responsibility. Yeah, I'll take that responsibility. That's my bad. I'll plant you another tree.
Should do a
Or-
fruit tree. I don't know if a fruit
Ooh,
tree would grow here.
oranges.
Oh, an orange. Maybe in the summer it would be warm enough for it to grow. I think that would be
Oh,
nice.
Pomegranate. So hard to eat though.
A pear? Oh, maybe an apple tree.
You guys continue your conversation. He kind of wipes the tears away from your eyes as he kind of very much when you were younger, he kind of throws his arm over your shoulder and he continues to walk and talk. Kissing you on the forehead as you continue. Is there anything else you want to do, or are you just going to bed?
I think before I go to bed, I will ask one of the servants to make sure to prepare for bags of the moon tea
Okay,
for my journey, and then go to bed.
great. They do that. They throughout the night you can all hear preparations for your upcoming trip. That somehow Rajat managed to plan before you even before you guys finished up in the room. And Theoden.
Yes.
You're walking in your rooms with Kana. She continues to walk. She's kind of fiddling with her hands. She has these long sleeves that kind of, dangle down, kind of like kimono sleeves. And she begins to like wipe her hands nervously, and she looks at you and Theoden,
Yes.
if there was something important that you needed to know, would you want to know it?
Yes.
But it would put you at odds with people.
I'm at odds with all sorts of people.
Let me rephrase. It might make an orphan of our child.
How is that?
You guys continue walking and talking, and when she gets to the door of your bedroom, she kind of opens it up. She continues on. As she starts to like unclasp her dress and undo it, she just continues talking. Well, long story short, I know Renee.
Oh.
From a very long time ago. Well, not that long ago, a couple years ago. Renee, used to work for my family. Not as a curator or anything. She was part of my household that created my dresses.
Okay.
We when I was still a noble, Yadara sort of Renee, she became my sole companion, and then when I stopped being a noble, we still kept in contact. However, she does trust me, which is probably why she came to the Horde. And long story short, she kind of opens up her dress and she pulls out this black leather-bound book.
How on earth did you get that?
Well, Renee found it along with 4 others on a battlefield. Which is what she called this capital after the assassination of your father, and she found them on the floor, scattered. This one
Okay.
is incomplete.
Okay. What is? Have you read it?
No?
Have you read it?
I skimmed it, possibly.
I would be very, very, very disappointed in you if you hadn't read it.
I did. It's not good, Theoden.
Oh.
She kind of flips open to a page. And she points at a very specific line. And it states, she points at a very specific line. And it states, I collected the egg. Nothing much to do about it. Tried to break it. Won't die, so I've connected it. Hopefully, it disappears or never hatches. Tencod is hidden, so that should do well. And I don't think they'll ever find Anthan, so that's good. Roth is still coming around every month, so we'll see. Father or not my problem. Signed, Lord of the Tout.
Okay. Hold on. Let's see. So this says Tincard has been hidden. Correct?
Correct.
And Anthan, which one was Anthan?
That was his wife.
Rook's mom,
So Rook's mom.
the Farmal. She was the one that was kidnapped by the Raylon.
Okay, so Tincard was
The Raylon who kidnapped Anthan.
Okay, and she's so she's been hidden.
No, they'll never find her.
They'll never find her. Okay, so she's presumably her body. I guess.
Possibly.
Okay.
So she kind of looks at you and she goes, "There's more, but again, not very good. Very bad, very, very bad."
Worse than this, or is this the low light?
This is you know when you eat a strawberry and it's bitter and then you bite into the next strawberry and it's better, but that doesn't mean that it's the best strawberry?
Sure. Yes.
I have not found the best strawberry.
Okay. What are the other strawberries? I want to know the other strawberries now. I want all the strawberries, even though they're horrible strawberries. It is good to know them.
She kind of looks down at the book that she had hidden in her corset the whole time. Which is why she was shifting and moving uncomfortably. And she kind of goes over to her skirts and pulls open a flap, and she pulls out 3 more books, places them on the table, and she goes, "Well, that's very hard to tell."
Hold on, you are actually with child, right? That wasn't just a cover for having all
No!
these books there. Okay.
No, that does exist.
Okay.
I
Okay.
just worry that if we become your father, we're also going to get in the middle of a joust. So
Well, I will refuse to
Maybe-
participate in any jousts. I promise you that. Not really my cup of tea.
So, do we sleep or do we read?
I don't think I could sleep, knowing that these are here and not reading them.
I thought you were going to say you couldn't sleep or read. I was very excited for a very small amount of time.
I mean, we could pepper that in throughout. How much have you already read, though?
She sets aside 2 books.
Okay.
It's very good. I think we need to keep these secret for the time being, but they're your
Oh,
call.
absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, yes. But we should know what's in them. We should definitely know what's in them.
I would like to know if you want me to go with you to the dredge.
That is a very good question. I'm not sure. What are our options here? So you could go with me to the dredge, though we're not taking that many people, and it is a tough route. I mean, of course, I want you by my side at all times, but for your safety, it might make more sense for you to either stay here or coordinate the effort hands-on in Jasperdale or Sister Forge, wherever my sister has taken up residence.
Very well. Well, let's get to reading because I can't wait to tell you the juiciest parts. They're so terrible. She is just in her nightgown. She grabs like a towel, blanket, and she like throws it over her shoulders as she steals your chair, at your desk,
Sure.
and she like starts to read off things to you. And that's where we're gonna close it. With 4 leather-bound books hidden in Khan's dresses, the entirety of your guys' meeting. So, that was fun, I hope, for everyone. That was a lot of planning. I do apologize. But I don't. Yeah, so
Well,
we're trying our best here. So we have, I believe we have Sanguine Isles tomorrow at 6 Pacific.
Yes.
Next week you guys can, I believe next week you guys can come by and watch us do this all over again and watch what happens with the books, with everyone here, leaving Rook reading these plans, and possibly they may have a better plan later. But we'll see what happens. Go follow all my lovely players: Myriad, Havoc, Furied, Ant. Watch Ant be a pirate. Watch Havoc be mean to his players sometimes, but be nice to them a lot of the time, or be neutral. But mostly watch Furied on Havoc's channel be mean to Havoc. Watch Furied play video games and watch Myriad play video games. You can't find me you can find me with the Ghoul Gang playing games, but that's about all I do other than this. So please come back to watch us. Other than that, I think we're good. If anyone wants to plug anything else, I think I did a good job, but I could be wrong.
you did a good job.
Thank you. Go follow Lim as well. Sadly, they couldn't participate too much today. It's unfortunate, but internet happens. Spectrum, be best.
Be better.
be better. Be a better. But other than that, you guys can you know, hop on over and go watch something else or go eat or drink or take care of yourself, but please go. You can't stay here. You can't stay here. There's nothing here for you.
Can if you
Bye.
You
want.
can also hop over. They can also hop over to the YouTube and watch the season 1.
It's true.
It's true.
Shoot.
All right, but shoo, go now.
No.
Bye bye.
Go away.
Okay.